Okay. What day is it? It's a weird day, but still gonna be a good day to have a stream. What do y'all say we do that? Yes? Yes. Okay, cool. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. Hope y'all had a good weekend. I hope the week is off to a good start. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling good. Been kind of a weird day today. More weird than anything. Just everything's kind of like not working too great. Head's fine, which is weird because I had a headache before. So that's better. Everything else kind of lame. I've got this like knot in my shoulder. It's uncomfortable. So I've got an ice pack wrapped around me like a bandolier. It's great. But yeah, I'm doing okay. How are all of you? Let me say hello. Hello, Tech. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Based Valkyme out there. Hello, Lickers. And hello, Vaughn Watchers. It is good to see you all, and I hope you're all doing very, very, very well. So, before we get into the big thing for today, plan for the next couple of days. So today we're going to talk about Gamescom stuff. Thursday, we're going to have a longer stream, as you might see on the schedule. We're going to have our normal Saturday stream because I will be out for the weekend. So we'll do our normal Hades and art time then. But at the top of the stream, we are going to discuss the plans for the debut. So we will discuss it Thursday on stream, and then I'll post it everywhere on Friday and go from there. So I'm still tweaking, finalizing a couple of numbers, couple of little things for that. But yeah, I think by Thursday we'll be at a point where I'm like, yes, this looks good, this sounds good, these numbers look good, so let's go ahead and lock those in. So yes, that is the plan. That is the plan. But yeah, today, I swear I forgot today was Gamescom like 3 times in a row. I remember, like, I got reminded yesterday. And I was like, oh shit, okay, cool. So that starts at like 10 my time, so I'll definitely want to check in for that. And then I didn't. But thankfully someone in chat said something, and I was like, oh. And all I missed, I don't think I missed any trailers. I think it was just them rambling about stuff for half an hour before the actual showcase began. So didn't miss anything really substantial. All in all, I thought it was okay. I thought it was a pretty good showcase. Some things were pretty good. Some things were incredibly boring. I think there was only one game that I'm like, I hate this and it sucks. And we'll get to that one. But I have the Polygon list, which I don't know if it is comprehensive. I don't know if it covers everything that was shown. But it's a substantial amount. So we can kind of go through it and see what people brought to the table. Yeah, so we'll talk about that for a little bit, and then we've got the artwork that we started on Saturday. Yes, and we'll go there. But yeah, that's my plan for the day. How are y'all doing? How are all of you? I'm physically, notwithstanding, I'm feeling pretty good about how things are going. You know, we pushed the debut back by a week, which I'm still a little like, damn it about, but it was the right choice. Because the model has been, shall we say, feature complete for about a week or so. But now I feel like I actually have the time to go in and check everything. Tech, I was just saying to you earlier, like a lot of times with game development, what happens is the period where you would want to optimize and polish and make the game, you know, work well tends to get cut because, you know, you're already over budget, over time, and you got to get it out the door because the publisher is telling you got to go. So, like, if I had wanted to deliver by the 5th, I think I could have, right? Like, we could have gotten everything done. We could have crammed it all in and been like, okay, that's what it is. Here's the debut, right? But now I feel like I actually have the time to go in. You know, I'm checking all the outfit combinations to make sure that everything's playing nice with each other. I'm looking for anything that's like, as Art Gun likes to put it, weird warpy shit. Hey Mage, welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope you're doing well. I hope your teeth are feeling better. Sorry, the the dental work was a pain. But yes, it now I have like 2 weeks to just like they're not numb anymore. Retro. That's not a great way to start it off. That's concerning. Jury is out if that's a good thing. Advice I got many years ago is if you, or this was more pertaining to if you're experiencing a lot of bleeding, but it might help with pain sensations as well, because it all sort of is like reducing swelling, is to chew on a tea bag. Because the sort of chemicals and caffeine in the tea can help like contract the blood vessels. So again, like it's more about reducing bleeding, but it could also reduce swelling if you're seeing a lot of that. But yeah, hopefully it helps. Hopefully it feels better soon. And can get some rest tonight and it'll be good in the morning. Better in the morning. Sorry, that's the only advice I have for like pain after dental work is like go find a tea bag and suck on it. I'm going to ask a question about Twitch, specifically about the art category. Welcome in, Captain. Let me see. Is everyone else seeing a few selection of streamers being shown? I see around 20-ish streamers in the high category, similar with other filters like low view and recommended. I haven't checked by category in a long time. Normally, like if I go to raid people, I still see a good number of people that are streaming in the category, but I'm not sure. Just hurts to chew. Yeah, that's fair. Well, hopefully that'll go down once the agitation from the operation subsides. I know this can be a real pain in the butt, though. And sneezing. Oh no. He's just sneezing like it's the 1-2 punch. But yeah, the new model, I'm glad that I'm not having to rush it, right? I'm glad that we can just, you know, I'm still working on it like most days of the week, at least a little bit every day. You know, if I'm not working on that, it's something else for the debut, but it's less like I just gotta keep going and I can't stop going. You know, I can sort of walk my way through it and really give everything the time to make sure that's like looking as good as I can get it. And there's still gonna be some warpy shit. I don't know if anybody is able to make a model completely devoid of warpy shit, but I'll be able to squash a lot more of it than I might have been able to otherwise. I think my I'm gonna brag a little bit. Most people's models we'll have a few toggles. Like they have a hat that they can take on or off. They have, you know, glasses that they can put on or off. My entire wardrobe can be toggled at a moment's notice. I don't have multiple models with multiple outfits. It's just one, and then everything is a toggle, which I feel like is pretty unique to VTuber models. And I'm kind of proud of that. It does make for a lot of shit to check. But I had to go make a spreadsheet of like, okay, here are all of the outfit pieces. I need to check them in all these permutations and check all of them with each other to make sure that the overlaps are correct, that the layered order is correct. So it's a bit. It's a bit. It does. I have 10 texture atlases where I think most models are probably in the 3 to 4 range. Because yes, the outfits take up most of the space. It's a lot. I can actually tell you how big the files are once it finishes exporting. Give me 1 second to grab a song here. Aw, Mage, thank you for the gift sub. That was very sweet of you, Chuma. I appreciate it. Back when you get a chance, do be sure to thank Mage. And enjoy the emotes. Force conscription. Yes, welcome to the Fractal Force. I just decided that's our name. No. Excuse me. Okay, right. Model size. Where did that go? Variable entity export. So, yeah, honestly, the files coming out of Live 2D are not that bad. Like the Mach 3 file, the core file for Live 2D is only 11 megabytes. I'm honestly amazed it's that lightweight. The physics file, which I would think would be like 100 megabytes or such, some shit, is 130 kilobytes. So whatever Live 2D has done to like compress their output, they've done a really good job at it. And then, yeah, the working Live 2D file is 270 megabytes, which is, it's big, but it's not like massive. So I'll take it. If we go back to my version 1 model, that was 100 megabytes. And then the export was, the core export file was 2.5 megabytes. So it's definitely bigger, right? It is definitely more complex, but not nearly as bad as you would think it to be. How much is the PSD for the model? So I have 8 PSDs that are currently feeding into the Live 2D file, right? So I have the core one, that's the body and like the original outfit that I made. And then a lot of the additional outfits that I've added along the way had their own PSDs made so that it didn't all sort of pile up. So the total for all of those put together is 170 megabytes. Oh, there is one more. So 9 for 184. 9? I guess as a point of comparison, I was working on a little animation thing. Now I'm just curious, how big was that? It was probably like comparatively nothing. Where'd you go? Yeah, so the PSD for that's 1.2 megabytes output. Well, I just saved a GIF, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, the work file for that was like half a megabyte. So yes, it's a notably sized file, but it's also not too bad. It's not too bad. I've been testing the model on my desktop, and it is running amazingly smooth. Like every time I see someone, show off a new model, debuting it on stream, like I'm not trying to call anyone out or anything, but there's always like this period where it seems like the model is still getting broken in and the frame rate goes to shit. It's like the computer is looking at all of the new things that it has. The computer's like, oh my god. But I don't know. I think Live 2D has gotten really good at it, and I think BTS has also figured out how to sort of optimize its performance as well. So it seems, I wouldn't necessarily call it light on resources, but definitely performant. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting to show it off. I am gonna miss this model. We've used this one for like probably close to 3 years. So it's deserved its rest. You can start cleaning files that many times want to save. Photoshop said to me, we can't save the PSD because it is over 2 gigabytes. I wonder what it would be doing. Okay. Does Photoshop have time lapses, and are you saving those if it does? Because Clip Studio Paint used to save time lapses, and it ballooned the file size. The file for a drawing would go from like, actually I can pull numbers here. So like this drawing is 56 megabytes. That one's 80. That one's 295. And then this one is 2.4 gigabytes. Like to work over 8K resolution. That definitely will impact it. My standard size is 4K. I feel like most of the time 4K is fine because that's like the maximum size of most people's monitors. So even if I'm making a 4K wallpaper, it's like, yeah, that's what I need to aim for. So yeah, an 8K wallpaper would be like at least 4 times the size of that. And yeah, the good news is Clip Studio got way better at their time-lapse saving. So even saving those, like it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. Which I'm grateful for because I like not choking my hard drive to death. Yeah, I have no idea. And so one thing that definitely helps on the Live 2D side of things is there's no layering, right? You've worked with Live 2D tech. Every individual layer is brought in as a new thing, right? Which you don't want that to happen. Right? Like if you have like a touch-up layer or something, you need to merge that in or it's going to get treated as its own object. So I have a working file, which is in a clip format. And that's where everything is still separated out, right? I have my preparation layers, line layers, coloring, paint overs, all of that. And then I save the merge PSD, where each thing that I want to be a separate object in Live 2D gets merged into a single layer, right? So like the shirt will have a left sleeve, a right sleeve, a torso, maybe a collar if that's part of it, so on and so forth. but it won't be like 5 layers for each part. So that definitely does reduce the size of the PSD files, but I don't know. It's probably also just that Photoshop is a piece of shit and Adobe doesn't respect your hard drive space because Adobe doesn't respect anything. That's not true. They respect their bottom line. But yeah, that's coming along really well, and I'm really happy to like get the chance to really sort of work at it at not a leisurely pace, but a comfortable pace, and really be. I think we're going to be really happy with the end result. And I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys how noticeable the differences between this model and the new one are. It's like some people, you know, take the model opportunity to do like a new design, right? And we're not doing that. That this is purely a like direct upgrade of the current model. But I don't know. I hope you guys like it. So yeah, we'll talk about that more on Thursday. What the plans for the 12th and everything are. But yeah, today's big ding dang deal was Gamescom. Where is that? Where'd you go? Oh. Okay, perfect. Let me get out of the way. Just gonna yap about this for a little bit. I don't think if you guys want to watch any of the trailers specifically, we certainly can, but is there a way I can hide this side column? That would be wonderful. No, it's not formatted that way. I fucking, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So yeah, not in any particular order. Witcher 3 is getting its remaster and then a final DLC campaign. I tried playing Witcher 2 a long time ago, and I played it for like an hour or two. I was like, I don't like how this feels. And I put it down, I never picked it up again. I think Witcher 3 is better than 2, but I don't know. I was just never that interested in it. Well, it is cool. So, on this subject, I think I mentioned it on the previous stream, but so CD Projekt Red is working on The Witcher 4, which they've shown off. And apparently, they have said we should not expect it in 2027. Earliest release is going to be in 28. What's interesting about that, well, I'm not 100% sure how it jives, is their plan is to do another trilogy of Witcher games and have them all out within a 6-year period. So I don't know if that means 6 years from when Witcher 4 is released or 6 years from now. Right? Because if Witcher 4 comes out in 28 and that's the starting gun, then Witcher 6 could come out as late as 2034, which is absurd to think about. It is so weird to think about things coming out post Ghost in the Shell timeline. I used to think 2030 sounded so far away, and now it's like a couple years away, and I'm like, fuck, I'm old. It is a short span of time for AAA games of this scale, right? There are some games that I'm like, yeah, you could probably do like a 2 or 3 year turnaround, and especially what I think they're doing right now is setting up the tech and toolkit for the entire trilogy, right? like, I'm sure their programmers and their tech artists will be working on stuff going into 5 and 6, but like their core tool suite is going to be established in 4, and then that's what they will be carrying through for the entire trilogy. So it makes sense that 4 is going to take longer than the other two, right? Because a lot of the pre-production is being handled in the first game. But even that said, yes, we're looking at a very fast turnaround for all 3 games. I have to assume that what they mean is we're going to release Witcher 4, and then about 3 years later you can expect 5, and then 6 3 years after that, like the Star Wars trilogy. So, I mean, that is still a fast turnaround, but it's also, fair. That said, I'm just gonna play this muted in the background. Will you? No, stop. There you are. That said, I have no idea what that means for Cyberpunk 2078. Right? If their studio is looking at fast tracking an entire trilogy of Witcher games, what portion of their workforce is going to be available to work on another Cyberpunk? No idea. Apparently, in a recent earnings call, they did say that within a similar time frame, Cyberpunk did outsell Witcher 3. So Cyberpunk does make them money. Eventually, right? Let's not forget that launch. But I don't know. Like, I don't think they want to just leave that sitting forever on the table. But they definitely seem to have a Witcher-centric plan. I will say 2 things. I know we haven't gone through the list yet, but 2 things that were not present that I was very disappointed not to see. 1, Light No Fire. Hello Games, I understand that you're in a good place right now, and like you would rather just be chill about it, but please tell us anything about the game. Just anything. I'm begging you guys. So that was disappointing. 2, I thought we might have seen something about Guild Wars 3. I know they kind of laid out a timeline of when they're going to make more announcements, but this seemed like a good opportunity. So that was a little bit weird. Final Fantasy VII did get a teaser. It's not really a lot of anything, right? It just kind of shows off some more enemies. Like it's very clearly bringing the weapon side stories into the core of the game, which I think makes sense. I think the weapons, like half of the weapons were just side bosses, they were optional bosses, and the other half really, like, I'm not sure how many of them you even fought in the original game. I know one of them gets taken out by the cannon, and then I think like one of them is a necessary fight, but there's like four weapons, and you fight almost none of them. Light No Fire a few days ago. Apparently, a dude don't want to make the same mistake he did with No Man's Sky and say too much before. No, that's absolutely fair. And like Hello Games and Sean Murray in particular, like Sean Murray personally got dragged over coals and broken glass Okay, I do want to step back for a second because what is with this dog ass image resolution? Oh my god, Tifa's so pretty. She's so pretty. Covered in salt and just repeatedly stabbed with needles. So I totally understand, right? Like, what has worked really well for Hello Games has been, we're just going to keep quiet, we're going to work, and we're going to put out the updates and just let people enjoy them. We're not going to spend a bunch of time on marketing. We're not going to spend a bunch of time, doing circuits because that did not work for us. The job, I was kind of hoping they would say more about it. And it's probably good that they didn't actually give the final spot to Final Fantasy VII because they said nothing. They said literally nothing. It's like, okay, whatever, guys. So yeah, I understand where Hello Games is coming from. And Sean even said in an interview, like, we announced Light No Fire and it immediately shot to #2 on Steam wish lists. So at that point, it doesn't like do us any good to like go on a press circuit about it because everyone already knows. It's like GTA, right? I got sent an article. The US military is offering an incentive for re-enlistment that they will give you on a pass for an additional 4 days off, coinciding with the release of GTA 6. The Army is like, listen, if you re-enlist, we'll give you a pass to go play GTA. I saw that. I had to look it up because I'm like, there's no way this is true. And I saw multiple articles corroborating it. I'm like, oh my god, this is the world we live in. You wonder how the alternate jobs available to characters in 7 will improve or take away from the experience. I don't know, because Final Fantasy has had games where the characters can switch jobs, right? 3, that was like the core concept of it. And there are some where it's like a character narratively switches jobs. But yeah, for a lot of the games, the job identity is a big part of the character. So I don't know. I don't know. And 7 does still have pre-rendered cutscenes. It's harder to tell them apart than it has been in the past, but they are there. And it will be interesting to see how they reconcile the job outfits being interchangeable, where some of the cutscenes are going to say, no, this is what you're wearing. I don't know. I think mechanically it's a cool idea, but I'm not sure. And then some things are like, okay, but is Barrett gonna swap out his gun for a melee weapon if he like switches to monk, or is he gonna be a bullet monk? Honestly, sounds kinda kick-ass. So yeah, Light No Fire, wanted to see that. I didn't so much want to see something from Guild Wars 3, it's just after everything was over, I thought about it, I was like, oh, we didn't see anything there. Weird. Improvised weapon, and it's just a big stick. Yeah, he just takes the machine gun off and just like wraps a stick onto the peg and just starts beating people to death. Gears of War. So I'm not a huge Gears of War fan. I think I played the first 2 and I was like, yeah, these are fun. I don't think I ever finished the original trilogy, and then, in my opinion, fell off pretty hard. But I gotta give them credit. This, to me, feels like sort of the last hurrah of the franchise. It feels like the Halo Reach of the franchise. And I think this is a really good way to send it out. This feels like a really strong entry. And it looks good. It looks like it is shaping up very nicely. So, I don't know. It's probably not going to be like a day one thing for me or anything, but I'm hopeful that it's good. Also, I don't know, something about the like apocalypse in progress storyline feels just seems very strong to me. So, yeah, no big surprises. I was looking for like a list before the stream. So I went and checked Reddit, and one of the comments in the games mega thread for Gamescom was like, all of the major announcements and trailers was for shit that we already knew about. And, you know, kind of fair. Like, there wasn't a lot of new stuff at this, I don't think. Some, a couple of nice updates, but I don't think there was anything that was like, oh, we had not heard about this before. I don't remember if Notice Fall had been announced before. I was not that interested in it until they started showing off the god powers. Like, it's kind of a pretty looking game. I think it is interesting. It's got sort of like a Night Rain Monster Hunter style of combat from the looks of things. Now, this might be because I'm not a huge Souls fan or anything, but I feel like this whole sort of dying dead world, this is Hoyoverse. Okay, I gotta give Hoyo some credit for stepping out of their trope. Like, there were multiple games that got shown today that are Hoyo games, and I had no idea until I saw their name. So I gotta give them credit for that. But also, ew, Hoyoverse. hate, 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 hate. So yeah, it's, I don't know, the whole sort of dying world trope that Dark Souls really popularized, I'm kind of over it. Kind of over it. But, I don't know. It looks pretty. The gameplay seems... So, everything that they've shown up to this point is like, okay, we got sort of a Night Rain, Monster Hunter style thing going on. That's cool. That's fine. Nothing like too out of the ordinary. And then they did this, where you get to pull god powers. And I was like, okay, wait, that part's kind of cool. I think it's actually a little bit farther ahead in the trailer, but yeah, here we go. So yeah, it's like, okay, we got a res power. That's neat. Oh, you get to turn into the legendary warrior, and it gives you like bomb ass finishers and shit. So that's kind of cool. That's like at least a neat gimmick. We'll see if the rest of the game can actually sort of measure up to that. Rainbow Six is back as an XCOM game. Sure. I don't know that was really on anybody's bingo card or on anybody's radar, but cool. Oh, notice? Maybe. This was dumb. This one was dumb. There's no way that this trailer was only 4 minutes long. It felt 10 minutes long. It just kept going, dude. I think it doesn't help that it was just a random smattering of like memes and one-liners and clips of non-connected gameplay. Right? So we got silly one-liners, and then it's a dude riding around in Seoul. We're gonna call it Seoul. It looks like Seoul. And then, yeah, it looks a little bit Persona-like, and there's fighting, and there's vehicles. It kind of feels like an anime GTA knockoff. It feels like a game that is trying to just cram as much game into it as they can possibly think to add. And it's like, I don't know. There's no way this trailer was only 3 minutes long. It felt like it took forever, dude. You know, this trailer almost feels like... So you know how the intro to Chainsaw Man is like a bunch of movie references? But they like lay it in with their own characters and everything? It kind of feels like that. It just feels like a rapid-fire series of tropes. Never watched Chainsaw Man? I watched the first season. I thought it was pretty good. I didn't think it was like the incredible blow-away titan that some people were making it out to be. But, you know, internet gonna internet. But the intro's fun. Definitely would recommend the intro. It's good animation. I like a few things I saw there, but the fact that I don't know what the game is yet. No, like, nothing in here gives me any understanding of the actual game that you can expect to play. It's just a bunch of wild bullshit happening with anime characters. And, like, now there's fighting, and there's vehicle shit. A lot of it, there's a rail shooter minigame. I don't know. It's weird. I don't care about it. Also, it's NetEase, so I really don't care about it. New teaser for Silent Hill, which, you know, it still looks very Silent Hill. So, hopefully it's good. I know the Silent Hill 2 remake was good, and then Silent Hill F was pretty good. I know there was some mixed opinions about it, but it seemed to garner a pretty positive response overall. Will you please defund that? So, I don't know. I would say yes, but obviously we have to see how they can actually deliver on this one. It does feel like it has a pretty solid, like, core theme going. I think one of the problems that some of the Silent Hills really ran into was they didn't know what they wanted this Silent Hill to be about. So they just kind of fell back on, like, Pyramid Head, because everyone knows and likes Pyramid Head. And it's like, no, that is something that is very specific to the story that 2 is telling. You need to tell your own story. And I feel like this one's off to a good start with that. God, which one is this? I can't remember. I'm gonna be honest, there are a lot of games that were at Gamescom today that just looked very generic. Like, incredibly generic. Oh wait, is this the Lesbian Knights? Yes, this is the Knights Yuri. Right, yes. Guinevere is like come be lesbians with me and I will teach you how to use this sword. And she's like, okay. So, I don't know. Like, maybe? Maybe. I didn't see the part where this giant knight knocks over an F-35, but sure. Sure, why not? This kind of reminds me of Astral Blade? No, Stellar Blade. I mixed up Astral Chain and Stellar Blade. This kind of reminds me of Stellar Blade, like a very cinematic combat style, very big, flashy combat. I don't know. I feel like the trailer doesn't really say that much. I'm gonna be honest. This was like one of the 2 games that I immediately went and wishlisted. I saw this one, I was like, okay, say more. Like, it's super weird. But it's weird in like that Cocoon style of weird that I really jived with when I played Cocoon. So this might be super awesome. It's like a cross. It's like a cross between Cocoon, Journey, and Tunic is what it makes me think of. Unrelated SRL. It's very lost on trailer of Unrelated. Okay. So yeah, that's not the studio that made Cocoon. It's got the sauce. Yeah, Unrelated studio. A mix of Limbo and Journey. We got to see a little bit of the new Mega Man. Which, I don't know, it looks very Mega Man. Like, I think they got the vibe down. We'll see how fun the gameplay ultimately is, but it is definitely looking like a very classic Mega Man in terms of gameplay. So, I think it's at the very least off to a good start. We got Rush, we got the classic enemies, we got the power-ups. I like that the missile arm turns you into a missile rather than shooting a missile. I thought that was very clever. I was surprised that Twinkle Girl is an antagonist. She's so cute. I was not expecting to fight her. But I'm on board with it. You can customize it. Excellent. They understand that the drip is important. It looks like Zero's back. The rapid shot and the shield thingy. Oh! Okay, so you can like choose a loadout for the level. I like that. I still need to play Pragmata, but this was very cute. I saw that. I was like, excellent. Good job. Proto Man. You're right. I'm sorry. Zero isn't in the original games, is he? Zero's a Mega Man X thing. Oh, my friend would kill me if he heard me make that mistake. he would probably just shoot me. And you know what? I kind of deserve it. Okay. So this is the one game. This was the one game that actually made me mad. I like tabbed away from the stream until this was over. I'm not even going to play this. Fuck this thing. And I have a reason to hate this. I'm not just being curmudgeon-y, right? Let me find. No, I don't want. I think this is the right one. Let me double check this is the right video. Yes. So this is the trailer for the original version of Legends back from 2013. Fuck off, Ubisoft. No one likes you. So we got CGI intro. That's fine. Whatever. I'm gonna skip ahead to the actual gameplay. Somewhere in here. Okay, this one did not have the gameplay. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so the long story short of why I am mad is because the original Rayman Legends is already gorgeous. Like, this game looks incredible. It didn't need a 3D remake with a bunch of bells and whistles and a voiceover. Like, the characters already had a bunch of personality. The art style was fantastic. If they had wanted to make a new Rayman, that's fine, but the fact that they went back and remade Legends rather than doing an entirely new one is like, why did you bother? Yeah, the new one is Rayman Legends Retold, where they've redone the entire thing in more materially realistic 3D graphics and given everyone voiceovers and added new levels, but like, it's not a new game, and I don't get why they felt it necessary to do that instead of just treating it like its own thing. I mean, the answer is because Ubisoft is actively imploding, and this is probably what they could figure out to do. Don't get me wrong, I like Rayman. Rayman is a very fun series, and I played Rayman 2 on the N64 endlessly. I loved that game. And these games were a lot of fun. I'm not hating on Rayman as a series. I'm hating on the low effort bullshit that Ubisoft is pulling off with this. Not to, rag on the people that are actively working on it, because it doesn't look bad. It's just such a weird decision to make. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so weird. This one makes me mad. This one genuinely upsets me. Okay, I'm gonna play a brief clip of this one because there's something really funny about it. So this trailer is kind of dumb. It's kind of dumb. It just like, it's really funny that this is set in 1996 when there is like so much streamer influencer energy about this. Yeah, the sliding thing in particular is like, are you serious? What is happening right now? It's got maximum tude. But yeah, it's PUBG. It's weird. I don't know. But what was hey, Standing, welcome in. It's going well. We're just recapping what they're showing at Gamescom earlier today. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week's off to a good start. Is it even in here? It might not be. I thought it was funny just because that looked like the weird it was like battle royale but with a lot of influencer energy, and then there was an actual like the finals style game, except all of the characters are influencers, and it's called Like or Die, and I'm like, oh, so you just full fucking sent it. Sure. Why not? Game of Thrones. Oh, I forgot to plug my phone in. 1 second. Should be happy now. There we go. Sorry, I was using it earlier to test the model. I forgot how far I drained the battery. Anyway, Game of Thrones War for Westeros shows off its gameplay. Where's the gameplay, Polygon? I don't know. This one looks okay. It's kind of interesting, just as like, so it's a strategy game. What strategy game does this remind me of? We'll get to the dog game in a minute. This vaguely, like in terms of the scale of the enemies and everything, it vaguely reminds me of like, no, Total War is bigger than this. I would say, yeah, more like Age of Empires or something. Yeah. Yeah, similar vibe in terms of like how big the units are on the map, sort of the overall scale of the action. I don't know if that gives us any insight into the actual gameplay itself, but yeah, it seems like there's sort of a grand strategy map that you can sort of maneuver around, and then there's like a battlefield that you march through. So, I don't know. We'll see. My initial response is this game showed up like 8 years too late, but I don't know. Could still be fun. Airship Syndicate, which one? Oh, this was the break out a space prison game, right? Yes. Which, I don't know. It could be kind of interesting, but they said break out a space prison. I was just like, oh, like System Shock. Man, I won't play System Shock. Like, it just reminded me of a game I would rather play. I don't know. It looks okay. Exodus. So within space game community, which is kind of funny because it's not like a space game, it's just a sci-fi game. But Exodus finally got, yeah, so it's like oh god, what was that short-lived Steam game? It was like a isometric co-op game where you were like it played a lot like this, and then there were different classes that you could be. But yeah, it looks like it plays similar to that. I guess there's like upgrades and whatnot. So yeah, Exodus, and the trailer was very cute, but finally got a release date on this, which is kind of nice because it means we'll finally actually have some idea when we're going to find out if it's any good or not. The story seems potentially very interesting, but everything else about it is just no idea. Like it is going to be a Mass Effect style game, right? The gameplay, the abilities, the storytelling is all, it is Mass Effect, right? Make no mistake, like it is lifted very heavily from that. So yeah, a lot of it just comes down to whether or not the storytelling is going to be good. And then we got to see some gameplay for Warlock, which I did pull it up because it's age restricted because there's nothing even in the trailer that's like, in my opinion, that would be age restricted. Certainly no more than anything else we've watched tonight. So one thing that found out after the fact, that your Warlock patron, who's a witch, that's Tasha. Of the Tasha's Cauldron of Everything fame. Also, she's voiced by Lady Dimitrescu, so, you know, mommy? You cannot fix her, but she can make you worse. So what I will say, given that little interaction, I don't know that she's actually your patron. She almost seems more like the intermediary for the patron. Right? Like something, she's offering you something, but I don't know that it is her power that she is offering. Unclear. Might be part of the story to look forward to. So yeah, I was talking about this with my roommate. Brief guesstimation is that this takes place in Ravenloft. Which is very, again, sort of like Dark Souls coded. Lich tried to turn himself into a god. It didn't go so great. Sundered the world. Fun times all around. It's very pretty. And so what I don't necessarily like about this, and this leaves a lot to be seen. It is unclear how flexible the game is going to be, right? I didn't catch a particular thing that they said. Well, what was the thing? Was it what the imp was saying? Crickshank. Oh, yeah, the miss would be Ravenloft. Okay, so yeah, they go down into the cellar. So I don't know if it's going to be like narratively branching or, you know, choices have consequence or anything of that caliber, right? But like, okay, so you have these powers that let you navigate stuff, and then you'll see later, you know, we get this option to like we go down the steps a little bit. Ignite the brazier to see a little bit better, and then you can like create this little root point, and then grab a little. Okay, so that stone's not big enough, but then you can go over and grab this piece of rubble and use it to make a platform. And like that's cool. That's cool. Is that something that only exists at that spot? Right? Ravenloft is surrounded by mist, preventing people from leaving, and people who enter find themselves lost in the mist before stumbling in. Is that where oh god, what's his name? What's his name? The vampire guy. What's the name of the vampire guy? The Dark Lord that's like a really common D&D campaign. Strahd. Yes, Curse of Strahd. Is that where it takes place? Like, isn't part of the Curse of Strahd that everyone within that realm is basically trapped within a horror scenario for eternity? My opinion, if it goes somewhat Dishonored, it can be really fun. I agree, Tech. And I think what makes Dishonored really interesting is the fact that they kind of give you this space to navigate and just go, have fun, figure it out. How do you just want to go through and like slash everybody up? Do you want to stealth? Do you want to go high? Do you want to go low? Do you want to, you know, deception? Like until Strahd dies a mistake, but every time you kill Strahd, he just comes back. See, that's the trick about curses. So obviously, this is just a trailer, and they have heavily curated it, right? Like, oh, you know, throw this pillar at this guy, knock this guy into the pit. Look at all the things that you can do. You know, this beholder is coming at you, and you can swap yourself out with this guy at the last second so that the beholder stabs him instead. And then the beholder goes, wait, what? Right? It's like, okay, that's neat and all, but like you're showing it in a very heavily curated way. And I want to know how much I will be able to like think outside the box to solve problems. Because like Baldur's Gate 3 had moments like that, right? Where it's like, oh, there are things that you can do to resolve a problem, you know, using the environment or using the unique abilities of your characters that are not immediately apparent. I like that. I thought that's really cool. And it's not clear at the moment how much we'll get to do that here. I'm trying to. I don't think the original Dishonored trailer showed any gameplay. Yes, there's a cinematic trailer. Okay, it's a gameplay trailer from 14 years ago. Fuck me, I'm Barovia, the realm is being stronger than Strahd, who run the pocket dimension. They're who made Strahd a vampire after he killed his brother and can offer players deals. That would be interesting. Maybe Tasha is putting you in contact with one of them. So yeah, the Dishonored trailer, while it is technically gameplay, is showing you a lot of the mood of what you can expect. See if we can actually get some gameplay moments showing up. So yeah, you do see like the rat plagues, the teleportation. Various combat moments. So yeah, they don't do like a run through in the same way. And if they do, it's in some showcase from E3 or whatever that. So yeah, it's hard to compare it one to one. You can see Tasha being stuck there too, making deals on their behalf to try and leave. If I put enough people in contact with them, maybe they'll finally give me a fucking ticket out of here. Yeah, I was looking to see if there were any trailers that actually like did more of a walkthrough style, but we're all nerds here, Mage is good. So the big thing to me, I've talked about this before, is the ever-increasing complexity, right? Like Dishonored, if you go back and watch its gameplay, is compared to a lot of modern games, pretty simple, right? Like there's not a lot of complexity in the way that things interact with each other. There is in the ways where it is important, but there's a lot of things where it kind of just lets the rough edges rub against each other because it's not important to sand them down. Whereas the modern experience is expected to be so polished and high quality, it makes things very inflexible. Right? I feel like finishers are the great example of that. I didn't catch this part where she's like doing a ritual. That's interesting. I imagine you can probably like put different reagents in to. This was not in the trailer that they showed. Unless it like ends very quickly. When I was okay, yeah, it's very short-lived. But you can use it. Okay, cool. Okay, I must have looked away for the like 20 seconds that they used the storm, because by the time I looked back, it was at this point, and she's just like beating the shit out of them one by one. So yeah, like that's cool. And like you get the reagents, you cast a ritual, that gives you a particular condition or environment or something, but like a finisher like that, you know, that is a very specific animation that the positioning of the characters is going to need to be exacting, right? So when you do the finisher, a lot of times your character is going to sort of like jump or slide into place because it's gotta be where it's gotta be, right? It's that one, like it was kind of a finisher. It didn't do the jumping thing, but also like the characters or the mom's reaction to the cut wasn't so specific. So yeah, I think the thing that I would really want to see from this is how many ways can I skin a cat? Right? How many ways can I approach a situation and solve it differently? Because that to me is what's going to like make it more interesting as a D&D title and less of a generic action game. Yeah, so I see she has what might be a small book, or no, that's part of a hammer or something. She's definitely using a lot of Pact of the Blade abilities. And then she has an imp, but I feel like the imp is more just a messenger for Tasha. I wouldn't really call that her familiar. But we'll see. That would be a very cool thing too, as well. If you could spec into subclasses for Warlock and get different effects of it. So jury is still out, but maybe hopefully. And then this one, I'm not gonna like claim too much with it, but it's pretty. Yeah, I do love lore. D&D is weird because D&D wants to create lore to set up a world, but never really progresses it, you know? The progression comes through you having your adventure. It's more, I don't know. I just wish they used more of the Forgotten Realms. The fact that like the Sword Coast is the only place where there's like a lot that's well established and everything else is just like a forest, a mountain, a desert. It's like, cool, guys, thank you. So yeah, Immortals versus Gene looks awesome. The flying carpet surfboards is kind of a mood. Initially, I was like, that's weird, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, okay, no, that's sick. So yeah, entirely cinematic. What is the gameplay actually like? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. But intriguing. Yeah, they had a couple of the devs from Metro 2039 come out and talk about what they're doing, what their experiences are, and wish the best for all of them. This game looks fucking brutal, man. I've never played any of the Metro games myself. I've watched a few people play them. They're very interesting. And the idea that this one is going to be darker and harsher than the previous games, like, okay, so just welcome to depression. So yeah, I think it'll be good. I'll be very surprised if it were not. Yeah, those guys are fucking creepy. I'm gonna play a little bit of this one just because this trailer, like, honestly made me laugh out loud. I thought this was very well executed. Like, this was... I feel like if this were anything else, it would be so campy and stupid. It's so dumb! Also, credit that the moment, I'm blanking on her name, but the moment your handler started talking, I was like, oh shit, it's Hitman. Like, I don't know, Hitman just has such a vibe to it. I kind of love it. That's fun. Yeah, there better be some bricks. I saw this one. I thought it looked very interesting. Like, it's got a lot of Mad Max energy to it, but then there's also like junk mecha and, you know, some like Fallout faction type shit going on. I went and looked it up afterwards, and it's like, it's a 4X grand strategy game. So I don't know that I would actually want to play it, which is kind of a shame because I really like the look and feel that they're going for. I think that's really cool. I just don't know if it's going to be a game that's interesting to me. So hopefully, but the Steam page did not inspire me with a lot of confidence. So I don't know. Looks nice, but might not be for me. The If you haven't watched the performance of Guillotina, that was fun. That was a fun little show. Um, Frickin' Hoyo Crossing. This one caught me off guard. To get a new Guitar Hero in 2026 was like, wait, what? Are you serious? I know there have been like little indie projects and like side things that people have been making just to sort of carry on the Guitar Hero Rock Band legacy. Like, it hasn't been, it's been there in the background if you care about it, but to actually get like a high profile game with licensing and everything is like, oh, okay, sure. I'm shocked the music game's still being worked on. You would, oh god, is anyone going to be able to stream this? Is anyone going to be able to play this online. I feel like snipers would just be taking people out left and right. It's gonna be a bloodbath. Goon tour! Goons on tour! Goons on tour! So yeah, a pleasant surprise, but definitely a surprise. I'm gonna skip Crazy Taxi. I know that they have made statements clarifying their use of AI in the production of this game. Fuck off. Don't care. A new Turok. I feel like I heard something about a new Turok happening, but I was still caught off guard by it. I was not expecting, speaking of things I was not expecting in 2026, a new Turok. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what the lore of Turok is. I just know that in the older games you shot dinosaurs. It was like soldiers versus dinosaurs. It's like, okay. You know, back in the 90s, that's all you really needed. Yeah, so there's dinosaurs and soldiers, and there's dinosaur people, and the dinosaur people are like augmented aliens or some shit. I don't know. It's cool. It looks shiny. It definitely has like the right look and feel for it. We'll just see if the gameplay is any fun. Yeah, they might have mentioned it, but I think this is the first time we got a world premiere trailer. This is the first look that we get at the game. And then yes, so this one is cute. This one looked interesting. Okay, so this is slated for 26. So I thought this game looked interesting. There was one unfortunate thing that happened, and we'll talk about it after the trailer here. So this seems more Deep Rock Galactic style, right? You're building stuff, you're defending positions, there's roguelike mechanics, you know, stuff that you can upgrade, conditions that you can select from, trees that you can improve. And you're trying to collect resources and get out. And yes, it becomes a tower defense because you can set up all these turrets, and I love tower defense games, so that part's exciting to me. And yes, the fact that it is all neatly wrapped in a cute dog costume is just icing on the cake. I didn't notice the comb before it has a sticker that says, I deserved it. Okay, so I don't think it is. No, it is not in here. The unfortunate thing about this is they played this, and then I think there was one trailer, and then there was a trailer for another game called Exterminats. And I said, Gravhounds looks more Deep Rock Galactic coded, right? Go in, collect materials, get out. You know, upgrade trees, all that stuff. Exterminats looks much more Helldivers coded, right? Mission structure, going, complete objectives, slave. You know, shoot waves of enemy bugs as you find them, whereas in this, the bugs come to you. But the way that the trailers presented both games made them look very similar to each other in terms of gameplay. And it was kind of awkward to have two games almost back to back, kind of feeling like they were reading off of each other's homework. It was awkward. Neither game looked bad. It was just unfortunate to have them side by side like that. Someone in the scheduling kind of overlooked that one. I honestly kind of skipped this one. I was working on something else, but it's like a Lego city builder game, which is kind of cute. Looks like there's some good customization options. Honestly, Lego Cities has been probably one of their longest running like product lines of the company's history. So it makes sense that they could make a game in the style of it, right? So yeah, looks cute. Also, after City Skylines 2 kind of totally ate shit, it would be nice to get a new City Skylines that's actually, you know, good. And then I know some folks on Discord were pogging out of their fucking noggins when this trailer dropped. I gotta admit, I don't even play Path of Exile. This looks very flashy. So, help me understand. Are there classes in Path of Exile, or is it entirely build focused? Like, the fact that they are adding swords is just something that anybody can make use of, combined with other build aspects, or is that a class specific thing? There are classes, okay. It's super flashy though. Like these abilities admittedly are super sick. Spin to win! Spin to win! So yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's cool. That's good. This part I did not expect. 1.0. They're calling it ready. And of course it's 1.0, so they will no doubt continue to update and make changes and balances and whatnot. But the fact that they're like, nope, we're ready to send it. That part to me was very surprising. Good surprise. And then a remake of Heroes Might and Magic 3, which I know that's a popular game, so good to see that. I don't know what to make of No Law. It's a very flashy game, and I remember when I saw the original trailer for it, I was like, I really dig the vibes of the location that they've made. Like, it's got that sort of cyberpunk look, but it's like not American, which I thought was cool. It was kind of cool to see inspiration taken from other countries, other cultures. I was like, cool, good, yes. But as far as like, I'm gonna go ahead and call it sort of the hyper violence of the game. It just, it's not doing a lot for me. I guess compared to things like Cyberpunk or Deus Ex, where there are more subtle ways to go about your business. This just feels so like reveling in the brutality of it that it just gets a little numb and boring to me. I get that that's the vibe that they're going for. Like, it's a very it's going for a particular style. Like, what's the word? Grindhouse, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe not quite for me. Onto's a spiritual successor to Soma, which I have never played because I am a baby and I do not like horror games, but it definitely had some good horror energy to it. Doom, Hitman, Cyberpunk. Yeah, so it's got very like Doom style gameplay. And then yeah, like Cyberpunk visual style. Yeah, I just wish it had a little bit more like, though, I guess to your point, and hello Tisha, I hope you're having a good week. Welcome in, welcome in. I guess sort of to your point, like it is going for that Doom style hyper violent grindhouse gameplay, which is, you know, it's a choice. I think subjectively it's not something I'm particularly interested in, but it's fine. So yeah, definitely very interesting, this Ontos. I don't think I'll be playing it, but I'm sure I will see some people playing it. I imagine, I wonder if Ivy will pick it up. I know Ivy likes horror games. Oh god, what the fuck is this, man? I was watching this trailer and I was just so confused the entire time. It felt like they were just throwing everything at the wall here. Like, it just, I'm not even gonna put the sound on. The sound does not help. The sound does not clarify anything. Like, you're playing all these little arcade games to do I don't even know what. It's super weird. It's super weird. I took the cold pack off because it's not cold anymore. But honestly, I think just the compression from having the pack on was helping, even though it wasn't like actively chilling anything. Give me 1 second, I'm gonna put it back on. Inscription Maker makes sense. I don't think I actually know Inscription. I'm trying to remember what that game is. You might be right though. I might go look it up and be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But can't place off the top of my head. It says Pony Island, but there are no ponies. I feel like that's part of the irony. WarioWare plus Rivet. You might be onto something. Inscription. Is that what Stoat? Was that Stoat game? Yes. Okay. Okay. That. Yep. Okay. You're right. That does check out. Also, I feel like okay, so there was actually a 2016 game, Pony Island. So that it is not an ironic sequel to a game that doesn't exist. It is actually a sequel. As a metafictional game, the game has the player interact with what appears to be an old arcade cabinet called Pony Island. The player soon discovers the game is corrupted by Lucifer himself, who's trying to claim the player's soul. Alright, yeah, that checks out. And then this game looked... And video games. So true, bro. okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I saw this shot, and my immediate response, my immediate thought was, oh, that's where Beyond Good and Evil 2 went. Like, this is the closest that we are ever getting to Beyond Good and Evil 2. The furries are already popping off. You all know it. You all know it. This does look pretty fun. Okay, what I really hope is like that thing that they just did, I hope that's a gameplay thing. I'm agreeing with you, Tech. I am agreeing that it looks pretty good. Okay, but yeah, I don't want this to just be a trailer thing. I want there to be a gameplay mechanic where, depending on the characters that you pick, you and your team pick, I'm assuming it's a multiplayer game. I don't actually know if it is. You unlock different cooperative capabilities, right? So, like, Rhino Boy can throw Squirrel Girl. Like, clearly each one of them have their own set of abilities, but I hope that they get cool things that they can do with each other. It's like, oh, Odyssey to the West? Shit, yeah, you're right. It does have kind of a similar feel. Like the color palette in particular feels very enslaved, and sort of like the grunginess of the tech. Skaven alert! Skaven alert! Mommy? Cheers! So yeah, upcoming action RPG that stars a squad of combat-ready animals like a sword-swinging rabbit, fights against robots, with stellar, but still no release date. I mean, we barely even saw any gameplay. So, well, maybe. I'm gonna give this one an optimistic maybe. If it is an action RPG, it might not be multiplayer like I was thinking, or maybe there's a multiplayer or like co-op mode. That would be cool. Is this from Ghost Runner? Am I thinking of the right game? Yes. Okay. Now you have my attention. Okay, I do remember this one. This is like the Napoleonic Souls game. This one is fucking wild. I know we saw a teaser of this before, which sort of like showed off the vibe of it, but to actually like see more of it in play is very interesting. Oh dear. Alarmorte. intriguing. It's definitely got a lot of personality, which I appreciate. Did I see this? I might have missed this one. Battletoads, what? Huh. Okay. Team behind Battletoads and Disney Illusion Island. Interesting. Lawless Studios is working on Murals, which is very distinct and painfully art style. Out next year. Okay. What? I feel like that has a lot of. I feel like that's potential. Okay, there is one game that did not get shown. It's not on this list. It was so fucking weird. It was. I don't know. This is not a complete list of everything that they showed off. All in all, was pretty good. It was a good time. I thought it was entertaining. Yeah, there are a couple missing here that I wish we could find, but I'm not gonna go digging for, you know, a lot more rundown of. Yeah, fun time. Fun time all around. Like I said, there are a couple of things that I had hoped that we might hear a little bit more about and didn't get to see anything. Gamescom is not over, so there might be a little bit more news that leaks out, but it's unlikely that anybody that wanted to make an announcement wouldn't announce it on the opening day, you know? So yeah, that was fun. That was a good series. Let's go. And with that said, why don't we jump on in? We've got some art to work on. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Jason being opening and closing. That's true. They might have a couple final statements to make on the last day, just being like, hey, by the way, before you all go, check this shit out. All right, so there's two things that I want to work on right up top. One, I realized I was kind of having my cake and eating it too with the grass. Then we're sort of doing like a top down or like an over the top perspective where it's it being this low, we would really not get like this layering effect going on. So I want to rework that. But um, you know, if you guys remember, we did like a really dramatic reworking of the environment such that the character doesn't fit in the new layout, right? So we got to redraw her. So we're just going to go get ahead and get rid of that. We've got the 3D model in here, and we're just going to go from there. So, oh, we'll see. it's always kind of a weird thing because they show trailers and the trailers are interesting, but a lot of times I feel like they either go for a very cinematic showcase, like they go for a cinematic trailer, and my response is typically, okay, that's cool, but what is the gameplay like? What game can I actually expect to get out of playing this? Or alternatively, they do a gameplay trailer, and a lot of times I'm kind of left like the gameplay trailer isn't that compelling, I guess. It's a weird balance to strike. I'm gonna knock the background down low just so that it's not distracting or getting in the way for a bit. Also, I'm still working my way through the Dota International. I am currently on the VOD for day 3. I think there's one more series left to go for the day. It's been really good. Like I have not, every series has been entertaining to watch, which is honestly kind of rare. Like usually you'll get some series that are just kind of, you could skip them, but I don't know. All of them have been really fun this year. Unfortunately, I think as of where I'm at, both of the teams that I would have wanted to win have been knocked out. I think. Yeah. But that's tournaments for you. Okay, so I was saying this before. I was saying this while we were looking at the Warlock trailer. I think D&D has some pretty interesting lore, right? I think there's some pretty cool stuff that they do with the world, and obviously there are a bunch of different worlds, right? Right now, the Forgotten Realms is sort of the main one, right? It is where most of D&D and its associated materials, Baldur's Gate, the movie, etc., are taking place, right? Lords of Waterdeep, so on and so forth. My big complaint with the Forgotten Realms is I don't feel like they've done a great job of fleshing out a lot of the world at large, right? Like we see some of it. We see things along the Sword Coast, but it feels like a lot of it is just sort of left open for people to populate as they want to for their adventures. Which I guess is fine. But I don't know. It feels like it could be. It feels like it could be more, right? There's a lot of the Forgotten Realms that I think they could establish a greater level of points of interest for players to go explore. The thing that is very interesting to me about D&D's lore is I feel like they very deliberately never progress it. Right? Like, they sort of establish the baseline of, oh, this is, you know, the world. This is the Forgotten Realms. Here are locations. Here's sort of a general timeline of the past, and just go, have fun, explore, write an adventure, use one of the pre-mades, whatever. Just get out there, right? Do your adventuring thing. And I can understand that, right? Like, to some degree, they don't want to sort of move things along and, like, invalidate people's storylines or whatever. But the thing about it that is strange to me is when Final Fantasy or WoW or Guild Wars or any MMO releases an update that pushes the story forward, everyone is moved forward with that story, right? You know, Final Fantasy is a little bit different because they have built the narrative out in such a way that, you know, everyone plays through the main story quest individually, and then you all sort of reconvene at the whatever the current end game is, and then progress through new additions to the story together, right? Go to the new locations, play the new quest lines, so on and so forth. Whereas I know some of you guys play Modern WoW, and I have not touched the shit since like 2009, 2010, somewhere in that ballpark. So my information on it is horribly outdated. I played back in Wrath of the Lich King, which was when they were first messing with the idea of actually having narrative development clearly written out in the game as you were playing, right? That was the first time that they had cutscenes in the game that you triggered as you went through quest lines. How far we have come. But, you know, back in like Vanilla and Burning Crusade, you know, the world was moving forward on a clock. New events would occur, new content would be added, and, you know, like, if you were not there for the Battle of Ahn'Qiraj, it was just part of the history of the world that you, as a late arrival, learned about as a history lesson, right? It was something that occurred in the recent past, but it was not something that you get to go back and experience. You know, the game mechanically and narratively is progressing independent of its players because it is a shared space. With D&D, with tabletop games, I don't feel like you need to restrict yourself in that way, right? You could have the 6 ages of the Forgotten Realms, right? And that would give your players the option to say, well, what if we ran a campaign in the 4th age when, you know, these things were happening and there was a great like a massive incursion, like an E-Day style incursion from the Underdark, where the Drow and the Goblins and all these others were, waging a huge invasion of the surface. And so, much of the population was sort of held up in these citadel towns on top of, volcanic bedrock, because the creatures of the Underdark couldn't tunnel through those. Or, people, escaped out onto the oceans and lived nomadic maritime lives because there's no Underdark in the ocean. There is the underwater, but that's not the immediate threat that the Underdark is. And, eventually that fourth age comes to an end, the fifth age rolls in. And over time, they could say, like, these events occurred. Maybe the events of Baldur's Gate 3 happened canonically. And that, is sort of a border of a particular time period. And then we have whatever follows that. And, when you are making your adventure, you can say, well, we're going to establish ourselves in Baldur's Gate pre or post Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate 3. They can be time periods and events that you can, choose to ignore or choose to sort of incorporate into your story in a natural way. But I don't think D&D needs to sort of create time bubbles where nothing is allowed to progress or evolve. And God knows Wizards makes plenty of shit that the players are just like, I'm going to ignore that now. I understand that Wizards of the Coast has made an update, but given that it is a stupid-ass update, I have elected to ignore it. His mouth is too boring. There we go. That's better. Happens while two Shallons. Everyone ignored the expansion. It just never exists. It's because your expansion's trash! I haven't played WoW in almost 20 years, and even I know about Shadowlands. Oh, complete aside, unrelated to anything. Fun little tidbit that I learned the other day. So I was at a little networking thing. A bunch of game devs in the area. Who dat? What happened? Thanks, Roll. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're having a very good start to your week. I know, because of the infamy. Exactly. It's just one of those things like, you'll hear about it. You'll know. So I forget what the context was. I don't remember if you were talking about people that were hiring or whatever, but so I did not know CD Projekt Red has a stateside division of their studio. Right? Their primary studio is in Poland, but they have a satellite studio in Boston. And what I was told is when they were working on Cyberpunk, they needed, because Cyberpunk takes place in technically the United States, not if you get into the lore, but don't worry about it. They're like, shit, we need more like on-site references and work done in the US rather than us just like looking at reference photos over here in Poland. So they made a studio. They set up a studio in Boston to sort of handle a lot of that and make a more like American accurate version of Night City. If any of you have been to Boston and been to California, you will know that the layouts of those sides, the streets in Boston look nothing like the streets in California. Like, let me So, this is a roadmap of Los Angeles, right? Like, it's not a perfect grid, but you can see how it is laid out, right? Now, this is a roadmap of Boston. And it's a goddamn nightmare. What the fuck? Hello, Raiders. Coco. Hello, Coco. Hello, Raiders. We were just talking about roadmaps for some reason. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome in. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Choomsday Kaiga. I go by Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter brain cell VTuber. I make art and I chill with the Chooms and play games and try to have a generally chill, cozy time. Welcome in. Thank you, everyone, for coming by. What are you up to tonight? I'll give you one of these. Oh, Coco, were you starting on the Kingdom Hearts? What do you think of it so far? How are you liking it? I have these roadmaps up. I was explaining that apparently, story I was told. Which one are you on right now? Where are you starting with that? I was told CD Projekt Red, when they were working on Cyberpunk, made a satellite studio in Boston to get a more accurate to America feel for the design of Night City, but a Boston roadmap and a California roadmap have nothing the fuck in common. And if you look at the layout of Night City and then you look at the layout of Boston, you're like, oh yeah, I see it. It's like this is not a California city at all. Nice. The first one is a good game. I like one. In my opinion, I think Kingdom Hearts 2, at least mechanically, is the best one. But I also, I don't know, like the feel, the vibe of Kingdom Hearts 1 is really good. I really like that. I'm glad you're having a good time with it, Coco, and thank you very much. If you or any of the raiders need to do post-stream care, get something to eat, something to drink, wash up, rest, stretch, please be sure to. But you are all very welcome to hang out. We're just working on a little bit of art. I started a tabletop a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to do some artwork in my character that I imagined during the session that we had on Friday. So we're just working on that today. We were looking at the Gamescom trailers earlier and discussing some of the... I'm not sure how many reveals there actually were today. A lot of it was games that we already had some awareness of being in development. Maybe some like first looks at stuff, but I don't think there were a lot of brand new announcements. Were any of you guys checking out Gamescom earlier? I haven't actually seen anything about it. I thought it was a pretty good showing. There was definitely some cool stuff in there. But what happened to Witcher who died in the beginning of the game is pretty cool. That is cool. I've only played a tiny bit of Witcher 2, and I was not personally super jazzed by it. I've heard 3 is better, but I don't know. At this point, it's like, am I gonna get around to it? Probably not. If I'm being really honest with myself, like, am I going to make time for Witcher 3? It's not a Witcher thing, it's a me thing. Yeah, I started a second playthrough of Cyberpunk to go back and do Phantom Liberty because I already finished the game once. I was like, okay, well, I'll pick a different start and, you know, play through and sort of try for like a different gameplay style, especially since they like changed a bunch of stuff, and work my way over to Phantom Liberty. But even with all that, you know, they didn't like add a bunch of side quests or anything in, at least in the base game. So I'm going through this and I'm like, I've done all of this. I'm not really that keen on playing the entire game over again when I've done everything. Of course, Coco. I hope you get some very good food. Thank you very much for the lurk, and I really appreciate the raid. It's very sweet of you. If you guys have not checked out Coco, be sure to. She is a lovely, very sweet, very, very crack gamer. Modded. I have a couple mods, but it's mostly like quality of life mods. I generally don't mod my games very often, especially first playthroughs. So this doesn't help. There are very few games that I will go back and play through a second time. There are a couple, but not a lot. And when I'm playing through a game the first time, I'm like, I want to have, unless the base experience is not very good and it really needs to be modded to like have a quality experience, I would prefer to sort of experience it, you know, vanilla the first time around. So I'll do the vanilla experience, and then I never go back and mod it because I tend not to do second playthroughs on games. So there you are. Difficulty mod for Cyberpunk? I could definitely see that. Granted, I think I played on like average or maybe hard difficulty, but most of the game is not very challenging. Welcome to Night City. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I played on like the medium or maybe slightly harder difficulty, but it was definitely not like a challenging game. Also, being a tech wizard takes a lot of the challenge out because you can just hack a security system and blow everybody's head up without actually entering the building, which is extremely entertaining, but also not, you know, difficult. I didn't need a Sandy because I never like showed up within anyone's line of sight. I could just like sit in the building across the street, hack into the security system, and just be like, and your brain is exploded, and you're asleep, and you're confused. Run, explode, 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 turn on your friend. And then once everyone was already dead, I could just walk in and do whatever I wanted. Which, don't get me wrong, was extremely entertaining, but was also just like not. It was not a hard game. Which I don't know. I don't think every game needs to be hard, right? Sometimes you just want to have a feel good time. I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just trying to have a good experience. But also, I've never played a Souls game, so I'm sure I'm gonna get called like a filthy casual or something. AoE spread to... Was that part of the Phantom Liberty expansion? Because I know they did a bunch of talent reworking there. It's like complete rebuild of the entire game. Also, I had a freaking Blade Runner style six shooter that if I nailed a headshot, it basically blew their head up every time. It's like, if we actually do have to draw weapons, I just need one shot and I win. Good game, though. It was a lot of fun. I just never ended up going back for the second playthrough that I meant to do. At this point, if I can actually find the time to play an RPG, I'm going to play Expedition 33. That was going to be like one of my big summer projects, but then I was like, I should make a new model, and everything else just kind of went out the window. Johnny or Jackie's? I don't remember. Johnny's pistol was cool. I like that one. It wasn't the one that I used. It was a revolver. I don't remember if it was a unique one. I think Archangel was pretty cool. Was it the Archangel I used? No. I don't remember. No, it wasn't. Maybe it was Old Reliable. It might have been Old Reliable. It was either Old Reliable or the Malorian Overture. I know it was definitely a revolver. And it basically just every headshot was a kill shot. Unless they were like crazy armored. Which is why I just hacked them and blew their head up that way. I had a thing for exploding heads. What do you want? It's effective. Also, it's like the only way to kill people in Cyberpunk. I wonder when we can expect to hear anything about 2078. I was saying, we were talking earlier about some of CD Projekt Red's plans going forward, and they seem to be very Witcher focused right now. So I don't know when they're planning to fit Cyberpunk into that lineup, or if they have plans for it right now at all. I'm sure they want to, but wanting to and actually finding the time for it are two very different things. Ain't that just the way? Let's see. It's looking pretty good. To redo the chest wrapping here. Belt. Like that. Okay, so let's hide the model for a bit. Okay, and then I think we're just gonna make the cape a little bit more rounded out. We want that to be very sort of structural. Like, it can definitely deform, but if any of you guys have played Against the Storm, you guys know what the sort of human turtle shell cape looks like. Sort of that vibe. It definitely sort of forms a round shape around her, very sort of simplifying the silhouette. Sort of loosen up around the ankles. Shoes. There we go. And good enough. Round that out like so. That. And I think we're good. Move the staff up so it's actually resting in a place that makes sense now. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. So now, just need to lock everything down because we got a lot of open spaces, a lot of holes. Holes are gonna leak when we try and fill this in. Oh, I forgot one thing. She has bangles. That kind of comes in like that. You are going to go around like this. Is that is what the 3D model suggested to do. And I don't know if that's I don't dig that. See, chat, never trust the model wholesale. You always gotta look at what it tells you and then assess and correct. Never trust the machine to be correct. They will lie to you. Brazenly, happily. Good. Round that out a little bit. And then you can go over there. And then I'm just gonna move this up a little bit. Maybe move this up ever so slightly. Bounce that out. And then we got the little prayer beads that go around like that. Good. Just make these a little bit bigger. And it should be good. I like it. All right. Go ahead and save that. I was gonna say where's the hole, but it's all over the place. It's mostly open. It's kind of a mess. That's okay. Also, I don't have connected pixels on because I'm a Ched. What was I doing earlier that I turned that off? I don't know. Okay, there we go. Wow. Wow. It actually closed. That's huge. That's good. Make this much easier. Alright, so we're gonna put this. I should get some actual colors for her. That would be good. I'm gonna use some of this for the line. And then we're gonna grab some of this. Let's try using this because I never did. No. I don't know if I actually like using this more than the brush. I think I'm just so used to doing it by hand. This doesn't really save me any time. Oh. Let's double check. I'm not missing something. I think we're good. Let's grab this. Oh. Okay, and then some boots. All right, that looks Very good. Let's finish up the belt up here. And splash of color. Okay, wrap that like so. I think we'll put a lot more thought into how the braid around the turban is working once we actually get into the rendering. But for right now, I'm basically just sort of bringing over the idea from the character sketch. For the time being, that's enough. Something feels off about the face compared to what I did before. I think it's actually not that bad. The horns are weird. The horns are definitely weird. I don't like that part. I think like the change in perspective on the turban does make sense, but just to borrow it really quickly, I think like I caught it so that the center of the turban is not where it's supposed to be. It's fine, we can correct it in the paint over, but it's definitely kind of an oddity that we'll need to be sure to fix later. But I'm not going to worry about it right this moment. Right now, main concern is just getting everything set up. It doesn't need to be spot on. Okay. And this, chat, is why you make color palettes that you can reference more easily. That reminds me. I need to do model captures for later. For reasons. I'll do it once everything is cleaned up. Okay. I think the last thing, which I forgot to include in the line work, is we've got these beams connecting the cube together. Do those. Like so. Okay. That looks pretty good. So now we just need to do the eyes, and the hair, and the horns. You should be good to go. Alright, I didn't bother to line in any of her hair, because as you can see in the character sketch, there's only a few areas that pop out sort of unruly, so it's easy enough to just paint it in later once we're happy with it. Oh, did I not copy... I did not copy the Kokoro over when we were looking at it before. Fuck. Hang on, let me see if I can find this really quickly. Hopefully don't have to go digging through the PDF a second time. Nope, the internet has failed me. So unless... Oh, there you go. Just gonna pop this guy right here. So we basically just need 3 colors off of it. We need the striping for the... We need the base color, the stripe color, and the mask color, and that's it. Okay, so it looks like 1, maybe 2 stripes along the face. What did I do? There we go. And then 2 big old stripes along the body. And I'm just gonna grab this for the mask and we should be good. I appreciate the simplicity. Right, and then we're just gonna nudge Oscar back a little bit so that he sits on the step a bit better. And you know what? I think it'd be kind of cute if he's like sitting on her cape a little bit. Like he started using it as a seat, as a cushion. Might need to move this foot up a little bit so it's more visible, but I think it's fine for where he's sitting right now. I'm sorry I keep bumping the mic. It's kind of in a corner. It's hard to get completely out of the way. All right, so now we've got all that. We're gonna save. We can pop our background back in because it's not gonna distract us while we're doing the line work anymore. And what do we need to do? So we gotta get some color going, right? We're gonna grab some of this. I think that's gonna give us something fun to work with. And then we'll grab a little bit of this like sort of pale yellow for our highlighting. Just pop these off to the side like that. There we go. I'm realizing there's a few parts of the body that would actually be visible through. Yeah, see, it's weird because it's like parts that are technically visible and would have negative space, except then the clothing fills in the negative space, so it like blocks off the silhouette. So chat, make a note of that. We'll have to add a little bit more legibility, a little bit of detail, particularly right in there. But I think it'll be fun. Just block this in. Yeah, the collar got a little simplified. That's all right. Only real concern right now is sort of putting together like rough approximation of the volumes and getting the right range of colors. So as we start painting, we know what we're working with. Also, this is such a well-lit environment. We're going to be getting a ton of bounce color. That should be a lot of fun to work with. Get you. Clear, sunny day. There's a few clouds in the distance. Very pretty. That should do it for that. So, I don't want the shading on this to be super dark, right? It's not terrible right now, but I think we'll still sort of knock it down to like 60%. I'm gonna make a second one and set that to a low-level color wash. So rather than being like a huge value shift, it's more of a tonal shift. Maybe balance them a little bit more. Yeah, I think that works okay. Okay, so now I just need to do same pass on Oscar. And Oscar is going to be really easy because the little goofball is just spheres. He is shapes. And you would think after this long, I should be able to do a basic light sphere. You would think. And you might be correct. I might make Oscar a little smaller. Because canonically, I can carry him. And he's a little above carrying size right now. He is a very hefty sack of potatoes at the moment. Okay, see, this is the same thing. I'm going to set this to a color wash. Admittedly, his colors are almost identical, so it's going to be a little hard to tell, but let's just knock him down like 10%. That feels much more carryable. That's a carry-on size fella. You could stuff him in the overhead bin. I think he'd be okay. Or maybe you just sit in your lap for the entire flight. Just put a movie on. He'll sit there. He'll behave. Yeah, like that. Maybe get him a cup of apple juice. He'll be good. Okay, I'm just gonna do a really quick shadow pass on the staff here because I don't give a fuck. I'm actually gonna knock it down lower and mask part of it off so that it sits behind the steps properly. Like so. In fact, I'm gonna move the staff over to the background so that it can integrate with the steps properly. Excuse me. That was terrible, I'm sorry. Okay. Give that nice sort of bronzy tone to her skin. Really, your whole thing is very light already, so it's not going to pick up a lot of highlighting. It's not going to pick up a lot of brights. Get a little bit on the horns here. Skin obviously will pick up a fair amount. Might try one thing really quickly. But let's put a little bit along the ribbon just so we have that as a point of reference. And we'll put a little bit along these guys for reference. Okay, and just to establish some light planes. Okay, so yeah, I think instead of overlay, let's try doing an add layer, and then we'll knock it down to like 30%. Just because I think that sits a little bit more naturally with the way that it incorporates into the colors underneath. All right, and then Rick, I've been playing around with a lot this year is the subsurface boundary. on the lit side of objects, as it passes into the shadow, I'm gonna include, for a lot of characters, I would say most characters, it's gonna be, you know, some sort of reddish tone. But, you know, that's gonna depend on the various making ups of your character, right? If you're doing like a goblin or something, and they're green through and through, then it's going to be a greenish tone, right? If you're like me, then it's purple. But Milgiri here is a normal red-blooded individual. So it's going to be red. We're going to put a bunch of it on the nose because you're going to get a bunch of scatter color through there. A little bit underneath as well, just to start to incorporate that. No need to, you know, hit every area. Just make sure that we have a good sample of it for when we do need it. So yeah, the trick is that that goes like as the light is passing through the surface, through the material, the layers of the skin and the flesh, it bounces and some of it comes out. But it's, you know, when the light source is really strong and it's passing into the shadow, it's not going to show up on the backside. That's a different light source. That's bounce lighting, which is different. So yeah, we'll leave that there, and I think knock down the intensity of it just a little bit. One final thing is we need some temperature. Let's just give warm areas a bit of warmth. Good. All right, I think that's enough of all that. Go ahead and add this color in for good reference. And then Oscar needs a bit of highlighting as well. I suppose Oscar should have a subsurface layer, but I'm pretty sure it would just be more green. So it's fine. It would be kind of hard to tell that anything's really going on there, you know? We'll just be sure to give him sort of a soft, diffuse glow about him. Like he made a gelatin or something. That's not add glow like that, and then yeah, just like give him a little bit of a sheen. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Alright, so we'll get to painting them in a minute, but one of the things I mentioned up top is I didn't like how I rendered the grass last time. So we're gonna go chop it up a bit. There we go. I think that's a bit better. I like having some of the layers in the background, but like I was saying before, given sort of the lower perspective that we're working with now, it doesn't really make sense that we would see sort of the rolling top layers of the grass like we had it. Like we would much more sort of see the part, you know, the wall, if you will, the side boundary, where the pathway up to the building, to sort of cut it into nice even row. We'll have a few stalks that come up above. We can have sort of a nice diffusal of color, right? It can sort of soften, lighten up a little bit as it gets closer, and the sunlight sort of breaks through the top of the grass. You know what we were talking about earlier with D&D not progressing its timeline at all? I feel like, you know, it would certainly be hard to get sort of a consensus on, oh, you know, this campaign was really good and everyone liked it and thought it was really cool, so let's add it into, you know, the lexicon of the timeline. But we're dealing with nerds, and nerds have absolutely done that before, right? Like any time you have a substantial fandom, things like Star Trek, Star Wars, etc., and you have expanded material, you know, stuff that sort of bubbles to the top and becomes really popular will sort of get accepted into being the canon by the fandom, by the community, and people will just sort of be like, yeah, that happened. That was definitely part of the story that unfolded. It wasn't, you know, necessarily official in some capacity, but we all really liked it, so we just said, yeah, fuck it, that's canon now. You know, it's a big part, I think, of why when Disney bought Star Wars and just sort of threw all of the legend stuff out the window, everyone got so upset. It's like, but this is the canon that we agreed on. So I don't know. Like I don't think that Wizards would, you know, put a bunch of effort into going around and talking, you know, reading the room on like, hey, what campaigns are really big and popular or whatever. But I think if something did sort of get into common awareness and popularity, and people were like, this is a really good campaign that like does interesting things with the story and the world, I could see them canonizing it. And then again, like, it's your game, right? When you're starting a session, when you're starting a campaign, you can choose what time period, if any, you start your game in, right? You could just be like, we're gonna use the setting, but we're not really interested in like any of the specific events that are going on. It's just kind of, you know, our adventure in our version of the Forgotten Realms or what have you. I don't see why you can't just do that. That's the nice thing about tabletops compared to MMOs is there is no required version that everyone has to play on. You just play the game. And you can change whatever rules you want. You know, with Twilight Sword. So Twilight Sword uses a system called range bands, which frankly to me makes more sense for a game like Warhammer or Battletech. It's a very weird system in my opinion for a tabletop RPG. Because basically each character, you know, has a distance that is, using Twilight Sword terminology, close, you know, effectively melee range. And then you have near, which is, you know, what a number of capabilities will go. And then you have far, which is the limit of ranged attacks, and then too far. Which is fine if you have, you know, two characters and you just need to sort of say, okay, well, this is the distance between this guy and this guy. But if you have a character that is, say, here, well, now the range band entirely shifts for that character, right? Like now you're doing another measurement. You basically just need like a ruler for each character to say, like, this one is yay far from this one. And you can kind of hand wave it, but at that point, like, why are you even concerning yourself with distances at all? So it gets very strange. And it only really works as long as the party is like staying close to each other. So everyone is sort of operating off of the same distances, which is not how combat goes a lot of the time. So RGM basically made almost sort of like a Final Fantasy style combat board, right? Like we all sort of enter at one position, we're on one side of the board, the enemy's on the other side of the board, and then we have sort of different fields that we can move in and out of, and being within the same field is near, and the adjacent field is far. And then being within like 2 squares of something is close. So it's abstracted, right? We're not worried about like the exact position of anything, but we still have a way to measure it out. We still have a way to know, oh no, that's too far, we can't reach that. And it worked well. It was enough to understand like what the limits of our capabilities were, but we weren't bogged down by, you know, exactly how close a character was to a creature or to each other. And RGM just came up with that, right? You know, some borrowing from other game mechanics, but didn't like, we weren't stuck using the same rule set that everyone else playing Twilight Sword is using, because who gives a shit? It's our game. The way we play our game does not affect the way that we play anyone else's game. For a second, I thought I was on the wrong layer, and I got very concerned. You know what? Idea moment. First off, I'm curious how this looks. Fun, interesting, very strange. Probably not going to keep it, but I kind of like it just as like a shock introduction of texture to the surface. It's fun in that way, even if it's not long-term useful. I think what I would want to do more permanently would be to grab some of this. Like, rather than trying to, you know, render it in brick by brick, we're just going to sort of work in general fields of color. vibe of it, you know? I like this little detail down by her knee though. That's a good application of it. That works pretty good. Good. All right. Knock a little bit of that down. We can go that. All right, we should probably bring up the characters because they are feeling very out of place against a background that is having a good deal more rendering done to it. So let's get started. I'm not going to worry about like the hatching on the cape right now, just because like that is such a secondary detail. The main thing that we're going to be focusing on for that right now is just sort of getting, we can sort of set up like a stepped gradient. So work to establish interior shape from the exterior shape of the cape. Those tones blocked in. And then, you know, sort of go like this. Can rough the impression of the hatching without actually like committing to any of the detail of it. Okay, and then this. So we're probably not going to get a lot of backlighting because we'd be getting sort of the interior shadow from there. We might get a little bit bouncing off of the corner here. Just a bit. There you go. Oh, and actually, while we're in here, let's do this thing that I was talking about before. So we're gonna sort of block in the far side of her top. We can even kind of do a quick draw through, make sure we're getting that situated correctly. Good. Top of the chest, where it overlaps to the other arm. We can do like that. Good. Kind of bouncing around a lot. Okay. Right now, we really just need to block everything in, right? Flip it. Chess is definitely not correct, but we'll see what exactly we're dealing with. Okay, yeah, so it's going a little bit too far. Again, don't fully adjust the 3D model, but it gives us at least a starting point to be like, oh, that's not right. Yeah, I think that's part one of what feels weird about it. Part two is this needs to come down lower to better sort of reflect the wrapping of the torso. Right, if our center line was coming through here, neck, clavicle, sternum, it's like that. Tum-tum, rib cage. But yeah, chest is still too big. Okay, that seems a bit better. And then where? Could you move, please? Thank you. Can we introduce a little bit of lit area on the inside of the net? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. How did that happen? Good. I want to make the sort of the lip of the cape thicker, so it gives an actual sense of volume and not just being paper thin as it goes around the corner. It doesn't matter if we make a mess over here because we're just gonna paint over it later anyway. font there. Just sort of bring that back up. So yeah, this is essentially the bicep, right? So it's fine. A little bit. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope it feels better in the morning. I hope you can get some good rest. Take care. Take very good care. We'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. There you go. Don't roll on the right side of the face. Okay, so what you do is you grab some rope. Alrighty, Tech. Appreciate you hanging out as well. I hope you get some good rest. I hope you have a good midweek. I know you've been feeling a little under the weather recently as well. I hope you're on the way up. Everyone say goodnight. It's got a little messy in here. Clean this up like so. There we go. Grab a little bit of this subsurface tone, right? Part of what has helped me a lot in tech. Trust me, every time I say tech with a CH, I think of tech. Like, wait, this works too well. Part of what has helped me with using the subsurface tonnage is without it, it's very easy, in my opinion, to overdo the shadow. Right? Like you just cover too much of the surface with the shaded side. Whereas with the subsurface, you can you can transition it more easily, right? You can create more of a gradient and you don't just like knock out a bunch of your surface by saying, well, it's just in the dark side, so it's what it is. Brain types what it wants. Yeah, see, the smartphone just learned it from watching people. People have their own autocorrect. Actually, need a bit more actual anatomy on the arms. Wow, what a concept. Arms. I'm trying to go this way. We'll need to do another check on everything in there, but it's a fine place. It's a fine start. That said, I feel like I guess it's doing okay for right now. Let's do one quick adjustment. I just want to introduce a little bit more richness into the highlighting. And a little bit of lightness along the collarbone. A little bit of Oscar's color right there for the deepest shading along the inside of the turban cloth. Also, this is an awkward little negative space that shouldn't be there. Yeah, in here, it's going to be sort of mostly in shadow. But then along, say, right here, we'll get a little bit of the color from the cape bouncing back up and sort of illuminating the underside of the turban. There are a lot of things I like about digital painting compared to regular painting. Undo key is obviously king, but eyedropper is a very close second. I had a dream the other night where I was working on this drawing, and for some reason, I like printed out a physical copy to touch up the grass and do it better. But then once I was happy with the changes that I had made on the physical copy, I had to get it back into the digital drawing. And it was just like, why have I done this to myself? It was a strange dream. So yeah, you can kind of come in and refine the shape of the turban and everything later, but importantly, like the color that is bouncing off the cape there isn't going to reach all the way to the upper third of the turban. So we're just gonna have more default shade color in there. Should probably go ahead and fix the horns now while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, see, this one needs to be more like right here. Sort of on the outer scape of the eye. And then this one, I think, is rooted decently, but needs to like start like that. So I come over like Lexel. Alexel. Yes, 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 yes. And then we bring this guy up around like that. And we'll just hide that for a minute. For a sanity check. Closer. They're down way too far now. Like, they need to clear the eyebrows pretty totally. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. And then if we just kind of fill the turban in behind it, right? I remember this song. I don't remember where it's from. 450 something? It is Oregon. Okay. That would explain it. I spent a bunch of time sitting in that fuck-ass city looking for party. Like, you always needed to have something else to do because tanks and healers could usually get a party pretty quickly, but DPS were so numerous that if you didn't have, like, if you weren't trying to form the group yourself, a lot of times you would be sitting there for a long time. It was amazing watching Jim play Final Fantasy XI for a brief period of time. And, like, this was like 2025 or 26, you know, decades after the game originally came out. And you install Final Fantasy XI, and the first thing you do is install Windowware, which was the same mod that we used back in the day so that the game could actually run in windowed mode, because by default it only runs in full screen. Because the Tournament of the Millennium was a wild time. But I guess, like, that just became so commonplace that the devs never bothered to add a native windowed mode. It was just kind of understood and accepted that if you want windowed mode, you will install Windowware. It's kind of like how Elite, the devs officially just said, yeah, guys, if you want custom UI colors for your ship, just go download this mod. They already do it better than anything we're going to give you, so just go do that. It's fine. We don't care. Which, on one hand, you know, cool of them to acknowledge the hard work of the community and, you know, officially endorse it. But on the other, it's like, you couldn't have done this yourself? just never got around to it, I guess. Busy with other things, busy making the rest of the game. Alright, I'm gonna borrow a little bit of this here cloud color. We're just gonna sort of pop it into a few areas where like the turbine is sort of folding in on itself. Might get a little bit of diffuse shadow with some sky color blending into it. Kind of round up, shape the face a bit more. Bit of this. I'm amazed how many of these songs have like wormed their way into core memories for me. How are raid groups in WoW these days? If anybody plays it, if anybody knows. I feel like back when I was playing in games that had like proper raid groups, I don't know, I feel like people got kind of power trippy on them. Like being responsible for the raid group, people tended to get kind of run away with the sense of authority that gave them. Some people got really shitty about it. I imagine that's still true, but it's been long enough I have no idea what the general sort of vibe on that front is anymore. Okay, let's knock this part down. I feel like when you have a raid group in Final Fantasy 14, that's, 8 people, you don't really have a raid leader, right? You don't have someone that is organizing the group, making sure everyone is, attending regularly, doing their preparation work. Like, it's a small enough group that it's communal, right? You can just sort of discuss it with everyone of like, okay, when's gonna be a good time? Everyone make sure to get your stuff, and if someone isn't responsible, then kind of the entire group can call them on their bullshit as a group rather than the raid captain is gonna pull you into a private chat and be like, listen, dude, you're not doing your shit. You know? It's a very different thing when you're dealing with like 20 to 40 people. That takes actual coordination. That takes someone actually keeping track of it. You need, I mean, with 8 people in 14, you need spreadsheets. But like in WoW, we had DKP, right? We had actual like credits that you earned through regular attendance of the raid, and then you could spend it on loot. Whereas with the 14 raid, it's like, okay, well, this person's gonna get the first drop because that's gonna be the best improvement to the group's performance overall. So giving them the drop is going to benefit all of us because it'll let us clear future runs more easily. And then everyone's just like, yep, that makes sense. Do it. I still feel kind of bad because the night I quit WoW, I had spent my points to get a sword that I wanted. And one of the other guys in the group was really salty about it, but they were like, well, they spent their points. That's how the system works. You'll get it next time. And I feel kind of bad that from their perspective, I must have looted and scooted because I bought the sword and then I just never logged on again. And it wasn't that I was, trying to do anything malicious or anything. It's just like I had a literal epiphany the night, like later that night after the group had adjourned. I'm just like, why am I playing this game still? All my friends have quit. I'm playing with a raid group that I don't really know or enjoy the company of that much. Just so that I can prog this raid and get new equipment to do it all over again. Like, I was not motivated to play the game for the enjoyment of the game. I was just playing it because I needed to progress my equipment for its own sake, I was like, I think I'm done with WoW now. I think I'm gonna go. And I didn't say anything to anyone, which in hindsight was probably kind of shitty, but again, like, I didn't know my raid group personally. They were just a group that I had joined up with at some point to prog Ulduar. But at the time, I was certainly not thinking particularly about, like, my reputation with them. It's not like I saw any of them ever again. Does that excuse it? No, but I'm just trying to sort of block out the volumes of the turbine a little bit better. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Eye is sitting... Yeah, I can go farther back a bit. I think it's okay, but like the spacing is a little shallow. I think we can separate them on both sides a little bit more. And then if we put a little bit of hair right here, I think that'll help sort of define the sides of the head nicely. All right, let's do that part. It's gonna get more of like a pinkish tone for the inside of the eye. And then if we come back around to here, I want to sort of cut this down a little bit more. Normally I would like try and stitch this, I would try and like move things, but I kind of want to try just doing it live. And try opening up the eye just a little bit. Lashes on the far side are going to be much more rounded out. We really need that pink tone from earlier on this side. Much more visible. Visible. That feels better, I think. Let's go ahead and flip things around and see if it still reads clearly. Yeah, pretty good. I think I'm gonna cut down beside the eye just a little bit so that the face gets a bit more of like that wrapping effect, right? We don't want it to be flat, we want it to come around. Okay, I think it is doing that. I think the element that is not following up is the nose. Right, the nose needs to come out farther. And right now it is very flat against her face. Especially since I gave her a pretty pointy nose in the original concept. That's going to be more like boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. One thing I've also found is the nose, especially in well-lit environments like this, generally doesn't want to be very heavily shaded. Like the inside of the nostril, right, as it goes up into the nasal cavity. Sure, that part's pretty dark, right? Light isn't going to penetrate through all the layers of skin into the cartilage and the bone very well. But, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, had to clear my throat. But like, you know, the little bouncy bulb on the end that gives you the point of the nose, the sides of the nostrils. That's pretty soft tissue. It's pretty thin, right? So, like, it'll have some shading on it, but you get a lot of light that will scatter through that volume. And so I have found, at least for my characters, not fully shading in, like not using the darker tones and really sitting it more in that subsurface range, except for the deeper areas. Tends to give a better look. I find like if I try and shade this part down too much, you know, like right here, a little bit might be fine. But like trying to shade the bulb of the nose fully tends to be like too strong. And then sort of the same thing goes for the cast shadow from the nose. That, you know, is going to cast a shadow, but you're going to get a lot of light sort of coming in from the sides. And it's, you know, the sort of soft skin of the upper lip. So keeping it very gentle and using a lot of the diffuse shadow, the subsurface tone, tends to give a nicer result. That's been my experience anyway. I'm sure your mileage will vary. Depends a lot on the character as well, right? Like if you're doing big, chiseled, strong man huge, you'll probably want to have some starker shadows. I think that'll also give sort of a better impression of them being, you know, thick. Like they're just so bulked up and huge that even the light can't pass through the sheer audacious mass of their muscle. Big McLarge huge. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, this is one of the best like skits in the entire thing. It was Space Mutiny was the full video. Or the movie that they were riffing on, but I can't believe this the whole clip thing is only like 75 seconds long. It feels like this was half of their jokes. When your entire personality is large. Okay. I think the face is cleaning up well. I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna borrow a little bit of this just to work the shape of the upper lip. Yeah, rather it being a distinctive dot, we'll sort of do the little divot where the upper lip holds in, like so. There's some stuff that looks better for line work and then just doesn't really hold up to the scrutiny of a more painterly approach, or more rendered approach. Like, it's good for blocking out, but then you gotta go in and do the real deal later. All right, and then yeah, we're gonna come around and sort of clean up the shape, better distinguish the sides of the head from the front. Nice blended color in here. There's a lot that we haven't touched on, but I think for this one I really want to make sure that the likeness of the character is dialed in. Like, if that's feeling off, then the rest of it's going to be weird. Not to mention, you'd think I would, be able to, like, do more. Or I'd have a better grip on it at this point. I was hanging out in Mookie's chat earlier, and one of the people in there was like, man, I wish I knew how to draw. And both Mookie and I were like, same. Why am I still up here? There we go. It's like that Invincible meme. So when do I actually learn how to draw? That's the neat part. You don't. Okay, so yeah. Got the chin block. Thank you. Thank you, Dead On. That's very sweet. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. Okay, let's go. That. So yeah, this hand is going to be mostly in shadow. right? Like if we imagine not light sphere, shading sphere, fine. If we imagine a shading sphere, and by imagine I mean we're going to drop one over. Right, so the lit side of her face is going to be right here. So we'll get a little bit of illumination along the part of the hand that's sort of prominent from the greater sphere. But most of it is still going to be in the shaded side. Right, so like the brightest that I would expect any of this to get would be about the mid-tone of her cheek. And then we're going to get sort of the subsurface falling off of that into, because the sort of top of her hand is like well into the shaded side, this is going to be dark. So, mistake I constantly make, so I'm going to call it out so that you guys don't make the mistakes that I do. The hand is not a flat plane. Yeah, so you can kind of see it behind, over my shoulder here. It's a tabletop character for a session that I'm doing right now. I'll get this guy out of the way. I had an idea for this little scene after our last session, so I thought it would be fun to try and do it. I could always use more environment practice, you know? Yeah, like if you split all your fingers out, right? Like your 5, you know, like fully spread hand. Yeah, the top of the hand, the back of the hand will make a flat plane, right? But like if you make a pinch, you know, like you pinch all your fingers together like an Italian, or, you know, make a fist or something, it curves, right? That's why you have the carpal bones and the metacarpals, and not just like a single flat bone comprising your hand. It's so that it can change shape. You got all these muscles and tendons that can sort of contract the hand around itself. So in this instance, you know, she's kind of making like a cup. So it's not going to be like fully rounded, but it is going to kind of shift between a lighter and darker shading. It's going to sort of roll through those tones. And then depending on your individual character and like how sort of gaunt or bony their hands might be, the tendons along the back of the hand might make it like more sort of prominent and steppy, or you might have a softer curve. And then just for legibility, I'm going to let the thumb kind of be about the same, whereas the sort of occluded shadow along the neck will be distinctly darker. The other really important thing to note about the curve of the hand is that a lot of times you'll not be able to see all 4 knuckles, right? Like if you make a fist and look at it from some angles, one of the knuckles is going to disappear. And usually the middle finger, being the most protruded and biggest of them, will be visible. But like in this case, I think the index finger would actually sort of fuck off behind it. And then just because some combination of I'm lazy, and I think this would actually be correct, we're going to have the turban, the fingers sort of tuck in underneath the turban. So it'll sort of come in low and then kind of roll around like that. Drapery. So when do I actually learn how to draw drapery? That's the neat part. Add a little bit of contact shadow right here just to help explain the relationship between the two of them and sort of get some roundness to the finger so it's not just a sausage. A little slenderness. That occlusion line right in there. Slim the ring finger down slightly. Yeah, I'm going really fond of this character, which is funny because she was my second pick. Like, I had another one that I was going to roll with initially, but then sort of everyone else went with, like, we had a tank and 2 damage dealers. It's like, okay, well, someone has to roll support. So I made my little priestess, my little shaman. But where the first character, I think I had a much better idea of like her personality and her mechanical skill set. I really like fell in love with this character's backstory and her motivations. Still kind of sorting out the personality. But I don't know. She's a good bean. She's just out here in the big wide world trying to figure it out. Do the best she can for her family. Yeah. On this side, this hand, right, the thumb is still going to be ear side, so we're not going to have to worry about the thumb, thank God. But it is going to be better illuminated than the other side, because, you know, the light's sort of coming in from here. So I think we will knock it back a little bit. I think the hand is too prominent at present, so we'll just sort of get rid of some of that prep work. So let's just reduce. Oh, fuck, I still have the light sphere up here. I thought I got rid of that. Well, that's going to be in the time lapse for a little bit. Okay. That. I have a little bit of shading sort of fall in here, you know, where the 2 sides are compressing. Right, we're going to have a little bit of pressure from the hand, like, sitting against the side of the face. But yeah, we're not really going to see that much of that hand, just sort of the impression of the side. And then back in here, it's really going to be occluded, right? You're not going to get much bounce light coming from anything, maybe aside from a tiny bit of her bracer. We might get a little bit of that, like, green lacquer effect bouncing up into the chin, but just a hair. I'm gonna have to clean these up so badly. I'm not even going to worry about it right now. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, I want to check one other thing while we're in here. I don't think... I just gotta check the manual. I don't remember if they do anything in the official artwork to, like, describe how the horns root into the hair. Sorry, what? Yes. Okay, that's not very descriptive. Give me one, excuse me, one moment to look through the book and see if I can find something that'll help me. Oh, actually, I know a good reference image in here. Inventory. Somewhere in this section is a blacksmith. I thought it was in that section. Durability? No. Maybe it's down here. Huh. Where did that go? I know I kept passing it when I was reading through the book, but I don't... What happened to it? There you are. Okay, now they really do not do anything to explain how the horns work. They just kind of sit on top of the head, which, you know what? Fine. Ew. Okay, what I do want to do, though, is the way that I sort of blocked them out, the way that I rendered them. They're just kind of sitting there. They're kind of stony. Whereas horns are made of bone, which are very... They scatter a lot of light. Not as much as soft tissue, but I think we can definitely sort of warm up the shaded areas compared to what we have from our prep work, right? We can do something more like this. And then sort of have that like backlighted curve. Just sort of start to blend the zones together a bit more. Right, and then, so I believe, yeah, 2 spiral flute. I'm just gonna kind of go like that. 1, 2. Get a little bit of that under bevel, like so. And then that will let us come in with our nice illuminated side as well, like this. I'm gonna sort of catch the light off of them as well. Right? Yes. We'll do, because we've got the old turban sitting under here, so we're just gonna gently clean it up. I was looking at this, I'm like, what is happening here? That is the old loop of thread that is still poking out. I think we will just get rid of it for the time being, and we will walk it back in when we are more ready to work on the braiding. Yes, 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 yes. This diffuse light, scattered light, like so. Just to soften up the shadow. And actually, we can kind of use this to round out the shape of the forehead as well, right? Or bring this up and around like that. And then we can come in with the darker tone to sort of fill that space in, particularly some of the deeper areas where the turban and the skin come into contact with each other. Now, I did set myself up for some suffering here. A little bit. Because her clothing, you know, the thatch cape and the leggings and the boots are more heavily shaded. You know, they're a darker tone, so they're able to hold to their albedo a little more naturally. They are pretty muted, so they are going to pick up a lot of bounce colors. Her clothing is very pale. It is very white. And so those are very susceptible to bounce light colors, right? So like back here, there isn't a lot of bounce light that we can expect to see affect it very much. In here, you'll probably add a little bit of her skin tone and like a darker tone. Because as the light comes in, it's going to bounce off of her skin, and some of it is going to go inside the turban. Some of it is going to bounce off of the forehead and influence the underside right there. Not so much over here, because that's probably getting a lot of the direct light source, right? Probably same for right here. But anywhere that it gets shaded, the white material, white fabric, will pick up a lot of surrounding color, because white is really just not capable of maintaining its albedo, particularly in well-lit conditions. Right, so this will just kind of warm up a little bit on the shaded side. I'll take this and sort of fill it out. Bounce lighting to me is like one of the best ways to make your work, your characters, your objects, your environments feel more integrated, right? Like if everything is just sort of sitting with its own albedo, isn't really like informing each other, then you kind of just have, you know, a stage full of objects in isolation. Whereas when they start to actually like give each other color, give each other lighting, it starts to feel more like they're actually in the same space and feeding off of each other. So like jumping out a little bit, you know, we added some of the doorway's color onto the thatching, the back of the thatch. Might do a little bit more right there. You know, we might grab a little bit of the green from the grass and sort of fill it into the pants on the underside where it's shaded. And in some ways, you know, you're probably not going to do an exact color grab, right? Like it'll be sort of a blend of the shade tone and the bounce light color. But particularly with white cloth, and to a lesser degree with others, sometimes, depending on the intensity of the lighting in the scene, your shade areas, your shadow areas, might not necessarily be, oh yeah, this is the color in shadow, but these are the zones that I need to incorporate bounce color into. Right, so like we'll still get some of this color in here, but because it is curving away, it is in a darker area, we're gonna sort of start to just tone it down, maybe get a little bit of this bounced in for good measure. And then we'll sort of shift between the two of those. Now, there is a little oopsie toodles that I did here, because I was just drawing through when I was referencing the model. This part actually needs to be cape. Like so. Because that's going over the side of the step, and then her legs are doing that. This cape is way too far out to one side. Well, I mean, it kind of works if we get rid of Oscar. You can see it kind of makes sense. It does make some sense, but I think once Oscar's in there, we kind of lose like the logic of the draw through. So let's just knock some of it back. Then it sort of follows like the overall read of the silhouette a bit better. And we can bring Oscar back in on this side. Not quite that much. You still gotta reconcile with the step. There we go. Good boy, Oscar. So yeah, back here on the turban, we'll fill this out just so that we can clean up the line work. But then we'll add in a bunch of the yellow tone from behind, because a bunch of that's going to bounce down onto the turban, right? And then you can also use this to establish, you know, visual style or, you know, information about the material, right? If it's soft, voluminous, you know, like a big fluffy sweater or whatever, then your tonal areas are going to be much softer as the volumes sort of roll over the back and forth, right? Get a nice even gradient. Whereas if you have something like, you know, a windbreaker or a jacket or something that can like is going to create much sharper folds and wrinkles, then you know you might get some transitions in a few areas, but you'll also have these like really steep angles where the cloth creases more dramatically, right? So you can sort of use this to inform as well. because sort of the undersides of the top third are not facing upwards. They're not going to get any of that bounce yellow color. So this, just to finish, we're filling out the shape. I'm not sure what this little burn mark is. That's weird. That's fucky. Is that part of the... Oh, that's a little vestige of the old horn sketch. Fascinating. Okay. And then I'm going to bring out her brow a little bit. This is kind of a weird relationship because the turban is coming down, right? So we would expect to see some of the turban. But then I think at this angle, the brow is going to be overlapping that. It's going to be superseding. I think we would expect to see something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's clean this up a little bit. Didn't get too caught up in the minutiae. I'm not going to worry about the braiding right now. I am going to worry about those ding dang eyebrows, because they're getting pretty beat up. Got some... what's the term for it? The kind of like squat, bushy... There's a term for it. I don't remember what the term is. Like jelly bean. Or something. I don't know. I don't remember. Alright. That looks pretty good. And then let's just clean up the shape of the brow down here. And just try and blend that together like so. Come back in, get sort of the light side of the eyelid like that. And then we just need a really dark tone for the folds of the eyelid like that. Okay, and then this side, too intense. Right? Fine for setup, but we gotta walk it down. The deepest part of the shadow in sort of the pit of the brow is only in this upper corner. And then this part will vary from person to person. Now, obviously, depending on like the intensity of an individual's brow, the shadow will also vary a lot. Warm it up a bit as well, particularly down here, right? Like this should still be darker than sort of the exposed parts of the face, but it can be warmer if some light is passing through it. Bring this up and out a bit. Bring that back. Get a little bit of that right through there. And then we can just add a little bit of volume to the eyebrows. Put sort of a lit side to them, like so. Maybe break the shape up just a little bit, right? A little bit of a natural form. Okay. Now, one thing I tend to like to do while we're going through all this is just do the lighting in the eyes on a separate layer. Just because, you know, especially as I'm working through the details of the irises and everything, the lights of the eyes get messed up really easily. But I find the characters have a bad habit of looking really soulless if I don't include a light in the eye. So I'll go ahead and add that sort of ahead of time. Even though it tends to sort of sit on top of the other levels of detail. So knock that in like so. Actually bring this down farther because the sort of, what is it, the sphere of the eye on this side is going to be more in shadow than the eye on the other side. Good. All right. It's getting there. It's getting there. Been very focused on the face tonight, but I think it's giving us a good like baseline to hit for the rest of the drawing. Now, what I mentioned before is we're going to add some loose locks of hair. Sort of poking out from underneath the turban. Have one right there. We'll have a few sort of along the sideburns. In my head, she has a wolf cut. But, like, there's never really a situation where anyone else would see her with their turban off. So I don't know that that's ever going to be, like, revealed to anybody other than the fact that I said it. Yeah, there's a few more down towards the bottom, but I'm not gonna bother with those until we spent more time kind of reconciling that area. Let's add a little bit more squint to the eye, I think. Like, I don't want her to be on the verge of tears or anything, but definitely has that sort of weight of like, what the fuck do I do now? Things have not gone according to plan. Okay, that's pretty good. And I think the cloth back here, we can have that drape a little bit more. I think that'll help to sort of explain the relationship of the neck and everything. You know what would be a good idea, actually? Yes. Okay, let's do this. So, grab a little bit of this, and then we'll have sort of the outer side of this neck drapery. And you do this on another layer just so I can sort of work it out. And sort of come over the top and drape down like this. That gives it a better sense of volume, right? It's not just sort of this like 2D plane that's falling behind the neck. It's actually sort of wrapping around her head, going over the trapezius, and then sort of draping down across the cervical vertebrae. We'll do that color. It's sort of like getting some tone off of the hatch. Hatch? Thatching. There we go. We get a lot of that up close, and then as it gets back up towards the root, it'll sort of fade back into the albedo tone. And before we merge that in, we can just That's a little bit. And a little bit of drop shadow. Okay, so that's good. We've got the thumb there. What the fuck is this? Okay, that was the outer protrusion of the hand. I think I kind of walked the shape back a little bit to the point where that doesn't make sense anymore. Okay. So what that means for us is we're probably actually going to see a little bit of her hair poking through right here. Right, as it sort of comes down the nape of the neck. I think her ears would be like up here. So yeah, we probably wouldn't get to see those at all. We can see a little bit of the hair coming down the nape of the neck, and then this would probably actually be draping over her neck more because of how she's leaning forward. It's not going to be sort of flowing down the back. It's going to be more resting, right? See a little bit kind of covering it like that, and then see a little bit of her hair, the implications of it. Cloth turned into a very complex shape. I think it works. Good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we still got all these little like tatters of the red and orange ribbons going around the turbans. Like, we'll figure those out. We'll get there. Don't worry about that. That'll be a next time thing. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a really good foundation. You can see, like, spent most of the time up around the face area sort of figuring a lot of that out tonight, and then, like, we haven't even done fuck all with the shoes. Or with Oscar. Poor Oscar. Let's give Oscar, like, 5 minutes. Let him have some love tonight. Oscar's a good boy. He deserves some attention. Yeah, sort of continuing from the basic light or shading sphere. we set them up with. Bring this foot up a little bit higher so that it squares with the positioning and the rest of it a bit more. Okay. The Kokoro have very strange feet. Like they're not really limbs. They're more like extensions of the body. It's kind of like a sack potato. Or a sack puppet. Kind of like Oogie Boogie, yeah. It's sort of like a point that extends from the leg, or from the body. And kind of fold over. You know, go ahead and draw through. Even though it clips into the step, that's fine. We'll just clean it up later. More important is that we get a nice good render here. We'll shade the underside of the belly. And then let that fold over into that leg. Yeah, on this side, you can just kind of let these two roll together a little bit, right? I think I'm gonna need a snack after this. I'm getting a little peckish. Maybe some toast? With the rest of my tea, that sounds good. See, all this, just keep it very sort of soft, let the shapes just kind of roll into each other. I'm not gonna have stark, like, shoulders or limb shapes or anything. Ooh, excuse me. Felt that one. I realize I'm getting rid of the stripe. It's fine. We'll work it back in. Yeah, so that's the general direction we want to go with him, right? I'm just going to borrow some of Goody's orange color to get some of the underneath shade for these. One of the things I really love about the way that they rendered the Kokoro in all of the artwork for the game is that little yellow thing. Is it a mask? Is it the snout? We may never know. It could be both. It could be neither. You ask a Kokoro and each one might give you a different answer. I've been wondering that. I cannot tell you on any given look. I will see it either way. Alright, just round out this last little bit right here. Fill that out ever so slightly. And then just bounce back to Gertie real quick. Try and balance the hatching right there. I don't know why I keep saying hatching. I'm missing a T. Good. Alright. I think that'll do. So yeah, we will revisit this on Thursday. We'll play some Hades, and then we'll keep working away on these two. I'm just sort of keep building everything up. I think it's off to a good start. I'm going to change one more thing. Because I know I want to change it. Ooh. Right now, they're sitting like right in the middle of the canvas, right? Like if we were to draw a rectangle right here and then put it underneath, you see how close it comes to like 50%? Like it's not exact, but it's too close for comfort. So we're gonna move the entire thing down. And then we'll move the grass up, I think. Maybe keep a few of the trees above the heightened grass line, but I think the new grass line will be somewhere right around here. And then we'll fill in the sky with the rest of it. And that'll give us a bit more room to build out the visuals of the temple as well. I think that'll look good. Now let's flip it back before we forget. Yeah, okay. I usually do 16:9 resolutions just because it makes a nice wallpaper, but I think this will look good. I think just having a more open space will look nice, and I would rather make the canvas bigger rather than scale them down. So now, really quickly, where's my... I don't remember where my rule of thirds tool is. Oh, it's under actions, right? There's a tool for that. Someone made one. I haven't used it in a while, and I'm trying to remember where it is. I have not done it in some time. There you are. So yeah, see, now they sit nicely within those bottom two cells. And we even have like a nice framing device of the edge of the building along that third. So it just sits comfortably. It just works. So I think that'll be a good framework. So we'll just have to populate out the rest of the scene from there. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. So hope to see everyone there on Thursday. Like I said in the schedule, so we'll be doing our weekend, normally Saturday stream on Thursday. So we'll be starting at 3 o'clock Pacific instead of 6. Yes. And we'll be doing our normal mix of Hades and Art Time. So I hope to see everyone there. But that's where we're going to call it for tonight. But thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for following. Thank you for the gift subs and everything. And just for being here. It means a lot to me. It means a lot that you guys want to come hang out with this silly little goober. And yes, on Thursday, we will also be discussing the plans for the debut weekend. So I hope to see everyone there. We will go down it, and if you do miss it, I will be posting everything on Discord and on socials the following day. So please keep an eye out for things for information, and I hope to see everyone. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we are going to find somebody to read. YouTube!